श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथुनि शरद बाबूजी की जय।
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba.
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba.
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba.
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba.
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba.
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba.
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथुनि शरद बाबूजी की जय।
సాయి పథంలో మన నిత్య ప్రార్థన. ఇది భగవాన్ శ్రీ రమణ మహర్షి రచించిన అరుణాచల పదికానికి శ్రీ సాయిపరమైన స్వేచ్ఛానుసరణము. శ్రీ భగవాన్ దివ్యాంతరంగము నుండి స్వేచ్ఛగా ప్రవహించిన ఈ స్తోత్రము భక్తి జ్ఞాన వైరాగ్యాల త్రివేణీ సంగమం. మహర్షి ప్రోక్తమైన ఈ ప్రార్థన మహిమాన్వితమైన వేదవాక్యే. ఇది మామూలు ప్రార్థనల వంటిది కాదు. ఇందులోని భావాన్ని హృదయగతం చేసుకొని శ్రద్ధగా చదివితే దీని ప్రభావము అసాధారణంగానే ఉంటుంది. శ్రీ సాయి భక్తులకు శ్రీ సాయియే సకల దేవతా స్వరూపము, ఉపాసనా దైవము. సాయి భక్తులు ప్రతినిత్యం ఈ ప్రార్థనను భావస్ఫూర్తితో చదవడం వారి సాధనకెంతో దోహదం చేసి శ్రీ సాయినాథుని అనుగ్రహానికి పాత్రులను చేయగలదు. ఈ ప్రార్థనలో ప్రకటమైన మహోన్నత భావం సామాన్య భక్తునికి ఉంటుందా? అది లేకుండా అనుకరణలా అలా ప్రార్థన చేయడం ఎంతవరకు సముచితం అనే సందేహం కొంతమందికి కలుగవచ్చు. నిజమే. అయితే అట్టి ఉన్నత భావాలను మనకు చేతనైనంత ఆర్తి ఆర్ద్రతలతో తిరిగి తిరిగి మననం చేసుకోవడం ద్వారా అట్టి భావము సంస్కారము క్రమంగా మనలోనూ హృదయగతమై పై ప్రార్థన సార్థకం కాగలదు. శ్రీ సాయినాథుని శరద్ బాబూజీ. ఓ సాయినాథ, ఏమి లాభం పొందుదామని సంసార సాగరంలో మునుగుతూ తేలుతూ నాశనమైపోతున్న అసంఖ్యాక జీవుల్లో ఎందుకు ఎవరికీ కొరగాని ఈ దీనుణ్ణి గురిచూచి పట్టుకొని ఉద్ధరించి నీ పాదాల దగ్గర నిలుపుకొన్నావు. ఓ కరుణా సముద్రుడా, నీ పేరు ఎత్తటానికి కూడా అర్హత లేనివాణ్ణి. అవధిలేని నీ కరుణను స్మరించి సిగ్గుతో కృంగిపోతున్నాను. బాబా, నన్ను దీవించు. ఓ సాయినాథ, నీ ముఖమే ఎరుగని నన్ను ఒక్కసారిగా మింగివేయాలని తలచి నీ అనుగ్రహ పాశంతో నా కంఠాన్ని బిగించి బలవంతంగా నీ పాదాల వద్దకు ఈడ్చుకుని వచ్చావు. మరి ఇదేమిటి? నన్ను ఒక్కసారిగా మింగివేయకుండా కొంచెం కొంచెంగా తింటున్నావేమిటి? ఇట్లా చావు బ్రతుకుల మధ్య చిత్రహింస చేయడం నీకు న్యాయమేనా? నేను గత జన్మల్లో ఎంత చేశాను? ఆ ఘోరమైన దురంతాన్ని ఈ దుర్బలుడు ఎదిరించగలడా? ఓ సాయినాథ, ఒక్కటే నా ప్రార్థన. ఈ నా అహాన్ని ఈక్షణాన్ని పూర్తిగా మింగివేయి. అప్పుడు నేను మృత్యువును అధిగమించి ఒక్కడినే చిరంజీవిగా వెలుగుతూ ఉంటాను. ఓ నా తండ్రి, నేను చిరకాలం నుండి కమలం దగ్గర కప్పలాగా నీ పాదాల దగ్గర ఉన్నాను. తుమ్మెద మాదిరి నీ జ్ఞానమధువును ఆస్వాదించే భాగ్యాన్ని నాకు కలుగచేయి. అట్లా అనుగ్రహించకపోయావా? నిన్నే వజ్రశిలగా చేసుకొని అంతమై శాశ్వతంగా నీ అపకీర్తి స్తంభంగా నిలుస్తాను. ఈ అపఖ్యాతి నుండి తప్పుకోవడానికైనా నన్ను అనుగ్రహించు సాయినాథ. నీ జ్ఞాన కాంతులు సకలాన్ని ప్రకాశింపచేస్తున్నాయి. గాలి కంటే సూక్ష్మమైన నీ అనుగ్రహం అంతటా వ్యాపించి ఉంది. ఓ సాయినాథ, నేను ఈ ప్రపంచంలో సగర్వంగా తలెత్తి తిరగకుండా నా బుద్ధిని అపహరించి ఎందుకూ కొరగాని మొద్దును చేసి వదిలావు. పోనీ నీ జ్ఞానాన్నన్నా ఇచ్చావా అంటే అది లేదు. ఇట్లా రెంటికీ కాకుండా చేశావు. ఈ స్థితి భరించరానిది. ఎవరి వినోదానికై ఇట్లా చేస్తున్నావు? నాకు ఈ ప్రపంచపు పిచ్చిని వదల్చి నీ పాదాలు పట్టుకునే పిచ్చిని అనుగ్రహించు ఓ సాయినాథ. నీవు ప్రపంచ ఉన్మాదానికి విరుగుడైన తిరుగులేని ఆత్మరూపంతో ఉన్న దివ్యౌషధానివి. ఓ సర్వోత్కృష్టుడా, నీ పాదాలు పట్టుకుంటే సమస్త బంధాలు తెగిపోయి ముక్తులమవుతాం అనే జ్ఞానం లేని అసంఖ్యాకుల్లో నేను అగ్రేసరుణ్ణి. నేను కర్తను అని అహంకరిస్తున్న ఈ అహాన్ని నీ అనుగ్రహ జ్వాలలతో బుగ్గి చేయి. నా భారాన్ని స్వీకరించు. సమస్తాన్ని ధరిస్తూ భరిస్తున్న ఓ విశ్వగర్భుడా, నీకు వేరే భారమెక్కడిది? నీ నుండి విడివడి ప్రపంచ భారాలను నెత్తిన పెట్టుకుని కృంగిపోతున్న నన్ను ఉద్ధరించు ఓ కృపాస్వామి పరాత్పరా బాబా. ఒక్క క్షణం ఆలస్యం లేకుండా నన్ను నీ పాదపద్మాల దగ్గరకు చేర్చుకో. అద్వితీయుడవైన ఓ పరిశుద్ధుడా, ఆకాశం, గాలి, అగ్ని, నీరు, భూమి, అనంతమైన జీవకోటి, చరాచర సృష్టి నీవు తప్ప అన్యం కాదు. అయినప్పుడు నేను మాత్రం నీకంటే భిన్నంగా ఎట్లా ఉండగలను? సకల జీవుల హృదయాలలో నీవు ఒక్కడివై నిండి వెలుగుతున్నావు. హృదయం నుండి నేను అని తలెత్తుతున్న వీడు ఎవడు? నీ కరుణతో వీడి నెత్తిమీద నీ పాదాన్ని ఉంచి మూలంలోనికి, అంటే నీలోనికి త్రొక్కి వేసి పూర్ణంగా నీలో కలిపి వేసుకో ఓ సాయినాథ. ఓ నా తండ్రి, దొంగ మాదిరి నన్ను బలవంతంగా నీ భక్తి పాశంతో కట్టివేసి ఎంతో కాలం నుండి నీ పాదాల దగ్గర నిలబెట్టావు. మరి నీ అనుగ్రహంతో నన్ను శిక్షించవేమిటి? ఎందుకు నన్ను తీసుకుని వచ్చినట్లు? నీ తత్వమేమిటో నాకు అర్థం కావడం లేదు. నీ విరహాగ్ని నన్ను దహించి వేస్తోంది. విలవిల్లాడిపోతున్నాను. ఈ నా అవస్థ చూచి అందరూ నీ ఒక వట్టి రాతి బొమ్మ అంటున్నారు. నేనెటూ చెప్పలేక ముగపోతున్నాను. తల వాలిపోతోంది. ఇట్లా నేను వలలో పడ్డ జింకలా నాశనం కావలసిందేనా? ఓ నా తండ్రి, నన్ను నీలో కలుపుకో. నేను ఇది కావాలి అది కావాలి అని అడగదలచలేదు బాబా. పోనీ నీ ఇచ్ఛయే నెరవేరుగాక. నిన్ను తెలుసుకోవడానికి నేనెంతటివాణ్ణి? నేనెవడను? నిన్ను తెలుసుకోగానే నేను పోయి నీవే నేనుగా అనుభూతమవుతున్నావు. సాధు రూపంలో ఉన్న ఓ ప్రేమస్వరూపుడా, ఎవరికీ ఎందుకూ కొరగాని నన్ను అకారణ ప్రేమతో నీవాణ్ణిగా చేసుకొన్నావు. ఇప్పుడు నీవు నిజస్వరూపంతో ప్రత్యక్షమై నన్ను నీలో కలుపుకోకపోతే నేను నిలవగలనా? నీ విరహాగ్ని, ఈ లోకపు చీకటి, దుఃఖము నన్ను కాల్చుక తింటున్నాయి. నేను ఇట్లా అంతం కావలసిందేనా? సూర్యదర్శనం లేకుండా పద్మం వికసిస్తుందా? ఓ సూర్యసూర్యుడా, నీ అనుగ్రహపు వెలుగును కృమ్మరించి ఈ దీనుణ్ణి ఉద్ధరించు. ఓ ప్రేమస్వరూప సాయినాథ, నీవెవరో కూడా ఎరుగని నన్ను కరుణతో వశపర్చుకొని ప్రేమలేని నా హృదయంలో నీ ప్రేమను రగిల్చి ఇప్పుడు వదిలివేశావు. నీవు నన్ను ప్రేమతో నింపి అక్కున చేర్చుకోవేమిటి? విరహాగ్ని నన్ను దహించి వేస్తోంది. మైనంలా కరిగిపోతున్నాను. ఇట్లా నీ బిడ్డ అంతం కావలసిందేనా? అటువంటప్పుడు నీ భక్తిని నాలో ఎందుకు మేల్కొల్పాలి? ఓ నా తండ్రి, నేను నీ కోసం అంతం కావడమే నీకు వినోదమైతే అట్లాగే కాని అదే నాకు 10,000. ప్రేమ నుండి ఉద్భవిస్తున్న ఓ ఆనందమూర్తి, భక్తుల హృదయాలలో పొంగుతున్న ఓ అమృత ఝరి, శరణార్థుల స్వర్గధామమా, నీ సంకల్పమే నెరవేరుగాక. ఓ సమస్త జీవుల్లారా, నేనొక క్రొత్త దివ్య అయస్కాంతాన్ని కనుగొన్నాను. అదేమి అద్భుతమో! దీన్ని ఒక్కసారి స్మరించారా? ఇది మనలను ఒలగొని సకలేంద్రియ చలనాన్ని ఆపి తనకు అభిముఖంగా త్రిప్పి లోపలికి ఈడ్చి పక్వం చేసి మింగివేసి తన మాదిరి మరో అయస్కాంతంగా మార్చివేస్తుంది. తస్మాత్ జాగ్రత్త. ఈ జీవహంతకుడు ఎక్కడో లేడు, మన హృదయాలలోనే పొంచి ఉన్నాడు. ఆయన ఎవరో కాదు, సద్గురు సాయినాథుడే. నా మాదిరిగా ఎందరూ నిన్ను భగవంతుడు అని భావించి పూర్ణాహుతైపోయారో. ఓ జీవభార వాహకుల్లారా, బ్రతుకు మీద రోసి ఆత్మహత్యకై తెగిస్తున్న నిరాశా జీవుల్లారా, మరణించడానికి అసాధారణమైన మందు మన చెంతనే ఉంది. దీని శక్తి పరమాద్భుతం. దీనిని ఒక్కసారి స్మరిస్తే చాలు, మనలను చంపకుండానే చంపుతుంది. ఆ శక్తి మరేదో కాదు, సాక్షాత్తు శ్రీ సాయినాథుడే. సాయి వంటి దైవంబు లేడోయి లేడోయి. ప్రజలందరి నోట సాయి నామం పలకాలి. సర్వత్రా సాయి రూపం రంజిల్లాలి. ముజ్జగాలు సాయి మహిమతో ముప్పిరిగొనాలి. సాయి పదరవళులు మన హృదయ కుహరంలోని నిశ్శబ్ద నిషీధిలో ప్రతిధ్వనించాలి. ప్రణవనాద వీచికల్లా సాయి జ్ఞాన సౌరభాలు సర్వత్రా వ్యాపించాలి. ఆ సుజ్ఞాన సౌరభాల ఆస్వాదనలో మన మనసులు మత్తెక్కాలి. సాయి ప్రేమామృత ధారలు అంతటా నిరంతరం వర్షించాలి. ఆ ప్రేమామృత ధారలలో తడుస్తూ, ఆ జ్ఞాన సౌరభాల మత్తులో ఆనందంగా నర్తిస్తూ సాయి వంటి దైవంబు లేడోయి లేడోయి అని అందరూ ఏకకంఠంతో గానం చేయాలి. అదే నా ఆశ, ఆశయం, ఆకాంక్ష. అదొక మధుర స్వప్నం. ఆ స్వప్న సాఫల్యం కోసం శ్రీ సాయినాథుని అనన్య ప్రేమతో, ఆర్ద్రతతో ప్రార్థించటమే మనం చేయగలిగింది, చేయవలసింది. శ్రీ బాబూజీ.
श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथुनि शरद बाबूजी की जय।
బాబా 10 అడుగులు వేసి మనల్ని అక్కున చేర్చుకునేందుకు సదా సిద్ధం. మనం వేయవలసిన 1 అడుగు మాత్రమే ఆలస్యం. మనతో ఆ 1 అడుగు వేయించేందుకు శ్రీ సాయి కరుణ మూర్తిమత్వం ధరించి శ్రీ బాబూజీగా ప్రభవించింది. ప్రేమ పునాదులపై నిర్మితమయ్యే ఇళ్ళు భావితరాలకు బాటను చూపే లోగిళ్ళు అని భావించిన గురుదేవులు ఆ ప్రేమను పొందేందుకు, పంచేందుకు సాధనాలుగా సత్సంగం, పారాయణ, భజన, నామస్మరణలను అందించారు. పునాదులు సరిగా ఉండాలంటే వాడే పదార్థాలు నాణ్యంగా ఉండాలి కదా. అలానే గురుదేవులు అందించిన ఉపకరణాలను సవ్యంగా ఉపయోగపెట్టుకుందాం. బాబా పట్ల ప్రేమ అనన్యంగా మారిన మరుక్షణం అప్రయత్నంగా ఆ 1 అడుగు పడిపోతుంది. శ్రీ సాయినాథుడు, మన సద్గురునాథుడు ఒకటేనన్న సద్దర్శనం మదిలో నిలిచిపోతుంది.
does it also apply to someone who may be physically distant from the Sai Guru?
That's why I used the word magnetic field.
But who thinks of the Sadguru who remembers him in his heart? That applies to that. It's not only literal, but figuratively as well. In the distance. Does one need to be physically close to
One needs to always try to be as near physically. The trial should be there. But may not be, because we are living in this world. Sometimes it may be possible, sometimes it may not be possible. The very desire to be near. How near? 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 miles, 4 miles, 10 miles. But the effort should be there. As long as that effort and the desire and the pull is there, then you are within the magnetic field of the magnet. Otherwise, what happens? This led already to many hypocrisies and self-deceptions. That Guru, what is the magnetic field of a Sadguru? It's all pervasive. It's everywhere. The whole universe is this magnetic field. So wherever we are in the magnetic field. So why all the way traveling to Shirdi? We can happily stay in my own place and do my job, and I am already in the magnetic field. So we try. But by some inevitable, really inevitable circumstances, if it is not pull, there is enough. But the very pull that we have, that is the clear sign of whether we are within the magnetic field or not. It is true, theoretically, that a Sadguru's magnetic field pervades, all pervasive. But we experience it because of we are rusted, not only pieces of iron, we are rusted pieces of iron. So we are so much, we don't have the sensitivity. So it should be nearer. The thing is, nothing unfolds by itself. It needs nourishment. If something makes us, the soil, the fertile soil, the water, the light, the air, the oxygen, and the protection from pests, the casual flower pickers. So much is needed in order for that bud to unfold. If anything misses, then it doesn't unfold. And what a Guru gives is, gives all these things. He gives nourishment and he protects it. Because of that, it unfolds. Even though it unfolds by itself, without that, it doesn't unfold. It withers away, even as a bud.
Then the opportunity to unfold in that birth perhaps may be missed.
Yes. What happens? The bud again falls to the ground and again it sprouts again. And again it takes another chance. So even though it is he who unfolds, it is he, the Guru, which makes it possible for the unfoldment. Because unfoldment doesn't mean that just spreading the petals of the flower. That is not unfoldment. If you want to make it a flower, just spread it. The bud doesn't become a flower, a blossom. Even though that it can only be, the petals are white, but it loses the color, the fragrance and everything. It is not a blossom. So it has to make it. He has to supply all these things to make it blossom. And it is the experience of it that something is not forcefully done on it. And it experiences with enjoyment. It relishes the whole process of unfolding and blossoming. What Guru does is to make it possible.
Guruji, how does it happen to some people and not to others? It seems an incredible grace that some people could be. Is that Guru Nanabandha?
And even when he uses the word Runanabandha, there is a beauty in it. Again, Runanabandha means indebtedness. indebtedness. Some debt, because of some debt. The point here is what when he said it is indebtedness, the debt is on his side, not from our side. Oh, it is Runa Bandha. There is so much of Runa debt on my head, and oh, so much of credit, and I have to repay all these things. Even that suffering is also not there. We have paid something to him, and he has to repay it back to us. So we are on the end of receiving the so-called debt which are given to him, which are credited to him. So even there, he doesn't say that you have the Runa, you have the debt, pay the debts with interest. He doesn't say it. He is saying, I am paying you the debt with interest. So be happy at the receiving end and enjoy it. Stopping people not to see the reality. When you see the chair here, they are saying, this is not the chair. Have the experience that it is something else, it's a different matter. If that is the experience, nobody needs to say. Who told Ramana Maharshi that you are not Venkatraman, you are the self? Nobody. He did it. Something happened which were congenial for him to get that realization. What Guru does is, he creates, he prepares his mind and environment in such that you know it. Then it becomes your experience. But to the one who gets it, it is as if that the Guru has given it. Not that nobody gives anything, in fact. It's dark there and you switch on the light. It may be that I made you see something, but you see it. Only the light enabled you to see it. So what Guru does is he enables you. He makes you prepared. He gives you the power to see your own self. And all this is the process of giving you the power to see. It is not something, an object, that this is what you take it and you see it. ఏం చేయడం, ఆయన రానివ్వకుండా ఏమి ఉండడు, మనం పోవంతే. మనం పోకుండా పోవడం జరుగుతుందేమో కానీ ఆయన రానివ్వకుండా పోవడం మాత్రం జరగదు. ఆయన ఎప్పుడూ మీరు రావాలని కోరుకుంటాడు. మనం ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, మనం ఏం చేస్తాం, ఏం చెప్తాం అంతే తప్పితే ఆయన మీద బ్లేమ్ అయిపోతుంది. మీరు ప్రయత్నం చేశారు, ఎంతవరకు ప్రయత్నం చేశారంటే అది ఫెయిల్ అయిన దాకా చేశారు, అదే అంతటా ఊరుకోండి. కానీ బాబా రానివ్వలేదని చెప్పి ఆయన మీద పెట్టపాకండి బ్లేమ్. ఏం లేదు, మీరు తప్పు చేయటం వల్ల తప్పు చేస్తున్న వాళ్ళనే ఇక్కడ కానిస్తాడు ఆయన. మీరందరూ పర్ఫెక్ట్ అయితే బాబా దగ్గరికి ఎందుకు రావటం? మీరందరూ మహాత్ములు అయిపోయి ఆనంద స్వరూపులు, సచ్చిదానంద స్వరూపులు అయితే ఆయన దగ్గరికి ఎందుకంటే పోవటం. హాస్పిటల్కి పోయేవాడు పేషెంటే పోతాడు. ఆ డాక్టర్ నుండి నువ్వు పేషెంట్ నా దగ్గరికి ఎందుకు వచ్చావు, హెల్తీగా ఉండేవాడు రావాలి ఇక్కడ అంటే అర్థం ఉందా? పేషెంట్ కాబట్టే రావాలి. కాబట్టి తప్పులు ఆయన ఎప్పుడు తప్పు పట్టడు. మన ప్రయత్నంలో లోపం వల్లే మనం ఆగిపోయాం. లేదు ఈసారి పోతాం, ఇంకోసారి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, ఇంకోసారి వెళ్తాం.
బాబా కొన్నిసార్లు కొన్ని సంఘటనలు అంటే మనకి సత్యాతలో ఒక కథ బాగా నచ్చిననుకోండి, అది చదువుతా మనకు అదే ఆ విధంగా మనకు అయితే బాగుంది అనుకుంటే అట్లాంటి ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఇస్తాం. కొన్నిసార్లు అవి అట్లాంటి ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ రావు. రీజన్ సార్ ఒకసారి వస్తాయి, ఒకసారి రావు.
నీ నీటిని బట్టే ఇక అటువంటివే రావు, నీకేమి దానికి దగ్గరగా ఉండేటువంటి వస్తాయి. అటువంటివే కావాలని కొరుక్కోవటం లేదు. బాబా అడిగినట్టు చింకిపాతలు కోరుకోవటం లాంటివి. అటువంటివే కావాలని నీకు పట్టు ఇస్తాం అనుకుంటే అటువంటివే కావాలంటే ఏంటంటే దానికంటే బెటర్ అయిన ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఇవ్వడానికి ఆయన సిద్ధంగా ఉండేటప్పుడు అటువంటివే కావాలా అని అనుకోకూడదు. ఆయనకు అనుభవం వచ్చింది, ఆ రకంగా నాకు అనుభవం కావాలి. అక్కడ అనుభవం యొక్క ఫార్మ్ కాదు ఇంపార్టెంట్, అనుభవం. అటువంటి అనుభవం నాకు కూడా కావాలి, అంత ఆనందాన్ని ఇచ్చే అనుభవం నాకు కావాలి అని కోరుకోండి. బాబా మీకు ఏది మంచిదో అది ఇస్తాడు, ఇంకా బెటర్దే ఇవ్వచ్చు. చరిత్రలో ఉండే అనుభవాలకి మించిన అనుభవాలు మనకి ఇవ్వచ్చు. ఆయనకి లీలలేక ఏమన్నా ఒక రికార్డా, ఒక అంతం అది ఏమన్నా. ఆయన 3-4 ఏళ్లలో ఆయన సేకరించి బాంబే నుంచి వచ్చేటువంటి డివోటీస్ అక్కడ షిర్డీలో ఆయన వచ్చినప్పుడు, ఇప్పుడు నెలకు ఒకసారి ఇప్పుడు ఆయన షిర్డీకి వచ్చినప్పుడు ఆయన కలెక్ట్ చేసిన అనుభవాలే ఒకటే సచ్చరిత్ర. అంటే అసలు ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయో మనకు తెలియనటువంటి కొన్ని వేలు లక్షలు ఉన్నాయి. ఆయన వాటికి అంతం ఏంటి? కాబట్టి అలాగే ఉండాలనుకో. అలా అంతకంటే ఆనందాన్ని ఇచ్చే అనుభవం నాకు కావాలి. అది తెలివిగా అడగటం. అటువంటి అనుభవమే రాలేదు అని మనం బాధపడటం తెలివి తక్కువ. అది బాబానే చెప్పాడు ఆ మాట. అది చింకిపాతలు ఎదుర్కొంటుందంటే, నేను పట్టు వస్త్రం ఇస్తానంటే చింకిపాతలు ఉంటావేంట్రా అన్నాడు.
గురుగారు, మనకి ఒకటి జరిగింది, అనుభవం అయింది. అంటే మనకేదో కావాలి, బాబాని అడిగాం, బాబా ఇచ్చారు. అట్లా మనకి ఇవ్వటం వల్ల వేరే ఎవరికో లాస్ అవుతుందా, అవుతుందని మనం ఊహించుకోవచ్చా? అయితే
ఊహించుకోవచ్చు, ఏమైనా ఊహించుకోవచ్చు.
క్వశ్చన్ ఏంటంటే సార్, అది యాక్చువల్ గా వాట్ ఈస్ ద థింగ్ బిహైండ్ ఇట్?
నీకెందుకయ్యా, నీకు కావాల్సింది నువ్వు అడుగు. ఏది ధర్మం ఏది అధర్మం అనేటువంటిది బాబా ఆలోచించి, నీకంటే డెఫినెట్గా బాగా ఆలోచిస్తాడు కదా. ధర్మం ఆయనకే బాగా తెలుసు కదా. వాడికి ఎవడికో నష్టపెట్టి నీకేమో ఆయన ఇవ్వడం, దానికి వాడిని ఇచ్చేసి, అందుకని బాబాకి తెలుసు ఆయన ఇస్తాడు. దాంట్లో ధర్మాధర్మాలు అనేటువంటిది మనకొద్దు. మనం అట్లా అడగకూడదు. అయితే వాడికి తీసేసి నాకు ఇవ్వు బాబా అని మాత్రం అడగదు. వాడికి అసలు ముందు తీసేయండి బాబా, నాకు ఇవ్వకపోయినా పర్వాలేదు మాట్లాడదు. నీకు కావాల్సిన నువ్వు అడుగు, అది ఎలా ఇస్తాడో అలా ఇస్తాడు.
గుర్తొచ్చే జ్ఞాపకాలు, ఆ దేవాది దేవుని గుర్తింపుకై పరుగులెత్తే క్షణాలు. ఒక్కసారి వారి కనుచూపుకు నోచుకోలేకపోతామా అన్న నిరీక్షణలు. వేల మంది వేచి చూస్తున్నా ఎవరికి వారివే అయిన అనుభవ సుమాలు. వారు వేసే ప్రతి అడుగులో విప్పారే ముఖార విందాలు. నిమిషాలు క్షణాల్లా ఖర్చై వారిలోనికి వెళుతున్నారన్న విచార వదనాలు. వారితో ప్రయాణాలు, వారి అనుగ్రహంతో మెరుగైన జీవన ప్రమాణాలు. మా బిడ్డలకు సాయి అన్నప్రసాదాలు, అక్షరాభ్యాసాలు, మాకు వారి దర్శన భాగ్యాలు. శ్రీ సాయి ప్రసాదించిన జీవిత కాన్వాస్పై మా గురుదేవుల ప్రేమ చిత్రాలు, మా జీవితాలు. తలనిడితే ఆ పాదధూళి మారదా జీవన సరళి. పరమ పావనమైన మీ పాదాలు స్పృశించిన చాలు, ఆ పాదమస్తకము పులకించిపోవు. ఇరులు కరిగి మరులు తొలగి మనములు స్వచ్ఛమై విరులై విప్పారి పరవశించి పరిమళించు.
श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ शरद बाबू जी की जय। साई बाबा 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 श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ बाबू जी की जय। श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ शरद बाबूजी की जय। साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा
श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ शरद बाबूजी की जय। श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ शरद बाबूजी की जय। Baba, Sai Baba, 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 Sai Baba, 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 Sai Sai Baba, 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 Shri Sachidananda Sadguru SaiNamam Maharaj ki Jai, Sadguru Shri SaiNamam Babuji ki जय श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ शरण बाबू जी की जय। साई बाबा 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 श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ शरण बाबू जी की जय। श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ शरण बाबू जी की जय। Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. Sadguru Sri Sainath Prabhuji ki Jai. Sai Baba, 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 Sai Baba. Sai Baba, 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 Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba. Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba. Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba. Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba. Saibaba, 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 Saibaba. 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 Baba, Sai 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 Sai Baba, 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 Sai Baba. 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 Sri Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Sadguru Sri Sainath Sharad Babuji ki jai.
Saipadam is a way of life. It is a way of attitude. And it is our aptitude. Our only aptitude. There is no other option for us. It is our aptitude. What is Saipadam? You opt for it. Option, rather. And these things should be our caption, not other things.
magazine is also associated in that sense.
Actually, it's the whole thing came because of the magazine only. It's not that I named any organization as Saibaba. When they wanted a name for the magazine, I named it Saipadam, that's all. And then slowly the Saipadam started ascript to all the other things also. Actually, Saipadam is the name of the magazine, no other thing. That was the name I gave to the magazine. Why I gave the name? Because this is the meaning. But Saipadam means that. I don't call what I do, what is around me is Saipadam. There should be some name to refer. That is why people are referring to Saipadam. There is no harm in it. Good, very good. I would have preferred only simply Saibaba. That is my first option, always. Because to me, he is the path, he is the goal. But the problem is, I have already given the name to another magazine. That magazine is there running. I started that magazine when I was with my Guru. Their magazine's name is Saibaba, simple Saibaba. I put the name on it. When an organization name came, I didn't give it a Saipadam Foundation or Saipadam Society or anything. Saibaba Foundation. There is no compromise with that name. That is the name. Because that Saibaba name is already taken, it's registered. So there is a necessity, there was a necessity to seek for another name. Then Saipadam came to my mind. That was in 1986, 84, 86. What else?
And when we participate in satsangs, we again, I don't know, whatever principles, I don't know, we even talk about principles, but we all associate with Saipadam, and I don't know, when somebody asks what is Saipadam, apart from telling it's a path of Sai, for us it's very difficult for us to explain what is that. I mean, most of the time it seems to an outsider as though it is a small group associated with Sri SaiNamam and Sarat Babuji, or it may be, they even may be thinking it's a, I don't know, cult. I mean, I'm just vaguely saying that. But some of them...
Saipadam means the path of Saibaba. Because we do not know what is the path of Saibaba, we are following the path of Saibaba as defined or as expounded, as described by so-and-so. It's clean.
Again, because of this same misunderstanding that is going on around you, you may even bring upon so many concepts that you may never approve. I mean, things like, our focus is only Baba, you should remove all of the photos. I mean, I'm just giving an example because we never tell that, but again, when somebody hears about Saipadam, they associate again that we know, yes, our focus is Baba, but we never talk about or go about telling people, remove all of the photographs, focus on Baba.
That is the tendency. Usually what happens is people focus on the negative aspect. The whole thing, the whole aspect. When I explain it, there's one focus. It's an expression of your love. It's focused on Baba, so that your focus is not shared by any other form. That is the point that I say. I don't want the removal of the photos. Saibaba means that removal of the photos. That is a byproduct of it. When your focus and attention is there, then some other things will be definitely neglected. The focus will not be there. When you focus more on Baba, your focus will not be there on your parents or your children or your friends. Definitely the attachments and the focus will be less. But people always think about that. In order to focus on that, they want to withdraw their focus on the other things. That is, for instance, to me it was so beautiful when people were rushing. I see only the expression of their love. But first time that I realized that somebody could also see it as a violent act. That was a byproduct, just like this removal of the photos. Saibaba, Guruji is a kind of an iconoclast. He removes all the photos. He distracts. He criticizes everybody. He wants that all the photos and all the gurus, all the deities be removed. And he is so against the tradition, the ritual. I'm not. The point is, I am not. I don't care about it. My intention is not to destroy something or to turn people's focus from the tradition. Nothing. I ask you to focus on something else. One-pointed. Fully, wholeheartedly. And these things are natural. Again, as these are the byproducts, with me also these things, the people starting these negative, the small negative aspects, they are not actually negative.
Yeah, it's very true.
When Nemi was small, she used to be playing around, and all the people, because they were so cute, people come and then just kiss her cheeks like that and then go away. Just the expression of their love there. And if somebody could see it, see how they are violent they are with the small child, it is so baffling to me. It is not the violence. It is true that she used to suffer a lot. She used to suffer a lot. She was almost scared. But she understood it. She knew that it was their love, affection. She never cried. Isn't it? When an X and Y, these partners, they were away for a long time, and when they come together and they meet, and when they hug so tightly, you see it is violence. I can't see violence there. You see that's, oh, it is violence. Why are you so violent? It is, in fact, it is violent, yes. It is hurting, definitely. The body is hurt. Sometimes the bones are broken even. It is so tight, the expression is so tight. If I want to give examples like that, I can give 1,000. You can imagine. That is, what we have to see is that expression of love, the positive side, the main picture behind it. And if you don't see it, everything becomes so dark. And for everything we gave X rating or PG-13 rating. There won't be any G rating at all.
And Guruji, in Shirdi, when I saw people going so near you, you know,
I liked the other day when you came. I noticed it. Actually, one thing that I don't object to it is, for many people, I have seen that even for years and years when they do japa and sadhana, they don't get that. Some people get an ecstatic state because they forget themselves, their stature, their education, their social thing, their cultural backgrounds, everything. And when they come rushing there, what happens? Simply the quiz, nothing. Nothing will happen, no harm will happen. But the capacity, the readiness to come, forgetting their own image, their own self, that gives them a beautiful experience to many people. They forget, when they dance, for instance, when on the procession, to the tune of Saibaba's name, I encourage it. A judge, a district judge, a high court judge, they're dancing. How aware, conscious they are about their own social position. But when they forget themselves, they are only side devotees. They are expressing their love, their dance. See how their ego, how dilute, how thin, how empty. You asked me about the emptiness. I liked it. I saw him. And I told that also to somebody. There, our ego is crushed. You are crushed. You were crushed.
Yes, I was crushed.
Crushed. There,
But
the
when I
ego.
saw you almost being crushed,
I was not crushed.
no, I know, but my feeling was I couldn't look at it. Wasn't it my expression of love to you, not wanting?
It's true. Everybody wants like that, but everybody wants to come and touch me. That is the thing.
Yes.
Those who are touching me, you are the so-called crushers. They also come because of a crush. That is why the expression is like that in English. And actually, sometimes, even though it was so difficult, I don't feel offended or I don't take it something happened. There is that expression of love. They don't want to quiz me and harm me or do violence to me. They are not coming to me. With the love only they are coming. What will happen? Some inconvenience. Just a small inconvenience, can't I bear it? Compared to me, they are bearing more discomfort. But there, why that orderliness, the decency, one by one coming, there we don't forget ourselves. There you forget yourself. That finally leads to ecstasy. Forgetting everything, including your own physical comfort, your physical safety, proper, improper, order, disorder, everything. Sarva dharman parityajya, all dharmas will go. There, the focus is only there. I want to touch, that's all. Just think in the other aspect, how beautiful the expression is. And I see that expression there. Otherwise, it is in a matter of an hour, I can keep the whole thing orderly. But it becomes like a parade, like a military parade. A general, a parade. How do you pronounce it? A parade. 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 And all the people orderly, stiffly sitting there. And then having an inspection, watching the parade. Any meaning in it?
You said that maybe as a small child knew that these were expressions of love, even though they caused her some suffering. Does something happen to us as we get older that we're not so easily able to see what is an expression of love?
I can't follow.
You said that Naomi understood, even as a very
Understood,
small
yes.
child, yeah? But,
Didn't she? Yes, she understood it.
but some of what we're saying here is that sometimes we see things, and to you it's very clear it's an expression of love, but we can't see that, or we don't so easily.
Because I told you, it is our education, our culture, and whatever our patterns, that we see only those things which we were trained. We have certain concepts of orderliness, propriety, culture, decency, violence, non-violence, and these things, these concepts are so strong that it affects even such beautiful expressions also. We have to free ourselves from those concepts first and try to see the other aspect. Then, in the light of other things, these small things, they wither away, they fade into insignificance. We have to get trained to that. Whenever these things come, try to see the motivation. Why they are doing it? We scold a child if they are not studying, if not proper. The other day he put a question, humanity and justice. That is why I make fun of it. Because at that time I was not in a mood to explain that. Because now the context has come. There it is also a part of putting something into order, teaching. He has done something wrong and we have to put them. Maybe there is no limits to it when they were doing it. It is also human to be orderly, isn't it? In another sense of it. There is no love, there is no expression of it. There is only the social justice there. And it is also a part of the social justice. Social justice is not only keeping something in order, and it is also social justice to, in order to keep the order, to execute punishment also. Isn't it? So, punishment also becomes a part of justice. A part of justice. That is why even now, who punishes? The Justice Department punishes. Because punishment is a part of justice. It's an expression of justice.
But wasn't he talking about the manner of punishment?
The manner maybe that is human. That is human.
Guruji, just going back to the thing about in Shirdi, for example, even though I may see that it is people's expression of love, that they come dashing, and I may be one of them, to dash like that.
You are not. You are not. Many of you are not. Many of you are not.
No.
Spectators. Aware, always aware of who you are.
Okay, but Guruji,
And you have an additional advantage, of course. You can see me anywhere.
But Guruji, even though I may be aware that people are expressing their love and doing that, to see it is quite terrifying. Honestly, it is quite terrifying.
That is also an expression of love. I like that also. If I could create such a terror in you, because that terror, again, why you get terrified? If somebody on the street, if they are touched like that, you are not terrified. It is your consent towards me. It is again your expression of love. So I gave you an opportunity to give an expression to of your love. Good. What I see that is that expression. Not that I have to act accordingly. In Vartalapam, it's a beautiful expression. So when devotees came and then they met Swami Prakashananda and asked him, whenever they offer any gifts, he won't touch it. Such great people are ideals to me. And he never touched any gifts. And then that man asked, is it not said in the Shastras, even in Bhagavad Gita, that whenever you go to a saint, a guru, that you should not go empty-handed. At least a leaf, a flower, a fruit, something should be there, should offer it. And when we offer it with so much love and respect, the devotion, why are you not rejecting it? Then he said, yes, it is your dharma to offer, and it is my dharma to reject. They may be paradoxical, self-contradictory, conflicting, but there lies the beauty of dharma. Otherwise, these things of hypocrisy start. Because people get offended, I have to accept the gifts. Because he has offered with so much love, brought it all the way from the States. If I don't take it, he gets offended. So take. Next time, bring. Next time, why didn't you bring? And there is no end to it. It may look so odd to people. It looks as if that I am so cruel with the tokens of love and affection. If somebody brings a coffee powder, I say that unless I buy it, I won't take it. I think you know. It looks cruel, I know, but if I adjust, if I surrender to one token, it's gone. I will be always collecting tokens next time. A counter, token counter. Once it's enough, that's all, finished. So it is such a scrupulously hard literature to be followed. It's very hard. No compromise with it. Because it is so dangerous. The world is so tempting. It is always trying to bounce upon you and then pull you down. Like the gravitational force of the earth. You have to create your own vacuum around you. In a zero gravity environment. And that which creates a zero gravity environment around you is satsang. Like an astronaut who wants to soar high up to the stars. What preparation that he needs is to create that zero gravity environment. If he is not fit, he can't soar high. In order to go up on the spiritual ladder, to the stars. And if you want to become an astronaut, create that zero gravity environment here and then try to practice it.
That principle you just mentioned about not accepting gifts, is that a principle that we
It is a principle
zero
to me.
gravity should follow? Is that a principle that we should also follow?
No. You should also follow it to some extent.
To some extent.
Which extent?
For you, in fact, there is not much difficulty for you, but for me it is very difficult. For you also should follow. And that should be. I made it very, very clear. Aparigraha.
I don't know how to put this. I may not be able to frame it, but I'll try to ask you this. The first thing that you said, how Baba is trying to cultivate all of us. And the first, when we started the satsang, how we should be ready for being cultivated. I feel yes, Baba is giving us everything. He is giving us, literally everything. In spite of all this, sometimes we ourselves try to withdraw from what he is giving, withdraw from everything that he has given for something that we think is the right thing to do. For example, you have given us everything, nice life, good home, everything in fact. And then at one point of time, I feel like, what is all this? I should not be here. I should go away, withdraw myself from all this, stay with Guruji. But actually, I don't know what I will be doing. But what I'm trying to say is, are we not? I don't know how to express this. I don't know how to frame this. But is it something that is happening because of our concepts that we accumulated from the past?
It's only just the concepts from the past and just an emotion, a state of the emotion. If you are fit for it, then Baba will make it possible. Just like he made it possible all other things. And where it is actually that we know that we really want to be with me is how you are. I have to drive them to their houses. They came once in a year, twice in a year they come to India. They don't get so much leave. And they have their houses, it is their homeland. Their parents, their friends, their habitats are there. But they straight come to Sri, they don't go home. And actually I tell them, go home. I send him yesterday to him. I send him yesterday. They don't want to go. Because I said they go. Even when you stay 1 day or 2 days or 10 days, that really reflects that you are desired to be with me. That is enough. That means that you have stayed the whole year with me. You did not worry about it. That is why I always say, what you do in your leisure, that is the count.
But I don't know whether that is coming genuinely for me, because after a moment, after some period of time, I sit back and see what is that I'm doing, and it feels so unjustifying or basically unreasonable for me to withdraw from everything that he has given. And if I would have been a parent, if my child, I give them everything and they say I don't want to live this life, whatever you're giving, I tend to beat them, bash them up. Like, I feel that, and I don't know whether that is also genuine. But I don't know how to look at that situation.
Don't think about the genuinity. If you really think that your parent can take care of you, then he knows what to take care of you. Then you have to think like a child, not like a parent. The problem comes here only this. If you are a child, he is so carefree. He knows, has given me this. If the time comes that I have to be in India and to do my spiritual practice, he will tell. He will give that also. If prematurely, because of your own concept, your own decision, if you come, then it is your decision, and maybe that you're not fit for that. And after coming, immediately the pull go back, and then you start thinking that you have sacrificed everything. I told you always, in this path, one should not even vaguely get the idea that you have sacrificed something, you have given up something. As long as you have that awareness that you have given up something, oh, I am not focusing on my parents, I am neglecting my parents, I am not going to my mother, I am not going to my father, my friends are feeling like that. The moment when you are aware of it, that means that you have given up something. The sense of loss, that is not good. If any sense of loss is there, whatever it is, I advise you, go and take it. There is no need. With that sense of loss, if you come and stay with me also, there is no use. If anybody stays here, because that somebody is staying, that we also have to stay here, otherwise that will become the black sheep. But I want to go back and I want to see my parents, better you go back. That is hypocrisy. You don't even, your mind doesn't even think of it. What the other people think, what they lose, what things that we have given up, renunciation, nothing of that sort at all. I don't believe in that kind of renunciation at all. Nobody has renounced anything. They got something. I don't see the other side of it, the coin. Buddha renounced the world. No, I don't say it. Buddha got enlightenment in nirvana. Don't announce your renouncement. That is re-announcing our own ego, but it is loss, our loss. See the other side of the coin, always. We always suffer from the loss. Lokam shoka hatam cha samastam. That is what Shankaracharya said. Everybody is dying because of misery, loss, suffering. Why you have to suffer here also? Your mind should be so much focused with love, that not with any deliberation, not with any effort. It's simply, we are not aware of it, the so-called losses. When you are coming up the steps, you are going up one by one step. I am going up one step. I am climbing another step. You are gaining one step. But don't say that, oh, my other step is lost. Oh, I am losing 2 steps. Oh, I am lost 3 steps. The process is the same, but you don't get it. It is just like that. Both things happen. things are also there. You lose. But that is not loss. That is the meaning when Jesus said that those who really lose will gain me. There, the gain is more important. He wants to stress more on the gain. Don't say that you have lost something. Gain. You gain me. Think about that. You are fishing, you are a fisherman. Come, I will make you a fisher of men, he said. If he says that, oh, I lost my beautiful profession fishing. Even when calling also, he showed the positive thing. He made them a great fisherman. So many fish, millions of fish he caught. Peter, it's all the Peter path, isn't it? The whole Christianity. You are in the shoes of the fisherman, isn't it? There, the aspect should be in everything in our life. There are always the two things. When you inhale, you have to exhale. But both together is breathing. Both are needed. But the very purpose of breathing is to get air only. That's all. Not to exhale. It happens. In order to get it, it also happens. I am giving up, I am renouncing, I am throwing away. What are you doing? I am throwing away carbon dioxide. I am throwing away carbon. No, you are getting oxygen. You are getting oxygen. Try to see that aspect of it. It is our training, it is our patterns that you see the other aspect of it. And there you lose the beauty, the aesthetic part of it. It's all, the whole life of the spiritual life is the life of, it's an art, it's an aesthetics, that's all. Everywhere seeing beauty. Rasa. Raso vai Brahma, that is the Upanishad. That rasa, that aesthetic sense is Brahma. In that rasanubhuti, in that experience of that aesthetic beauty, that everything becomes unimportant. Only that his mind is engrossed and lost and becomes empty and becomes full with that beauty. One should have that rasanubhuti, that seeing things, the beauty in it, beauty in everything, beauty in every aspect. It may not be beauty if you say critically. Even a painting of Picasso can be criticized. Those who don't have any idea of what is this painting, nonsense. This nose should not be like this. This should be like this. He's missing something there.
Is it because also of the same concept and looking at the negative side? That's, I mean, you feel frustrated or trying
Negative is also not I don't call it negative because I don't find any other word. I am calling it negative. It is not negative. It is another aspect of it which makes you lose the awareness of beauty, whatever it is. Whether it is so profound, like a Shastra scripture, if it makes you so dry and drab, so unaesthetic, give it up. Turn your eyes from it. Not that it is bad. If you can be able to try to see that all the scriptures are the expressions of their love, What are they? See, the Vedas clearly say that. What are the Vedas? The whole mantras. What the rishis, the seers shouted in their ecstatic experience of the Brahman. Their utterances. They sang, they danced. Those became mantras now. But what are they? Intrinsically, what are they? They are the expressions of their own ecstasy, the ecstatic love of the Brahman. That experience, whatever you call it. They're all the scriptures are the expressions of it. Bible. Because they loved Jesus so much, they recorded his life, everything. Where they stopped, how they called, whether they distributed fish or bread. Everything was so important because it was their love. So if you look at it, you see all things, the so-called scriptures. And while trying to make them, to master it, we are making it dry and keep making our own soul dry and drab, incapable of experiencing, appreciating, feeling the beauty, the love, the ecstasy, the art. It's not science, I look at it as art. They're all artists. They called even the divine, the God is also an artist, a kavihi. So everything is a piece of art. Which affects the heart is a real art, not the intellect. Don't use this, use this.
It's like you're saying, like focusing too much on the byproducts, like instead of appreciating how much we are getting closer to our object of love, instead of looking at that way, we are looking at, I mean, especially myself, I was, at that point in time, I was saying, I have been with Guruji, I have been with Baba for this, still this weakness is there, still that weakness is there. And it creates a sense of frustration that it's getting into a void situation where I don't know where I am.
It's good. It should be there also. That sense of perfection, that struggle for perfection is a part of the art. An artist, even though he likes his creation, actually he's not satisfied with it. No. I have to make it better. I want to make it better. To a real artist, there are no finished works. But Chris, if you give him some more time, he will be working on it more and more. Somebody has to take it away from him. Now it is okay. Now I will go and put it in the exhibition. He is not, now I am happy with it. This is perfect. If he says, it's not a real artist. For an artist, he sees something, imperfection, and a perfection also. And seeing that imperfection in his own thing, he looks it as a beauty. Try to see more beauty in it, not the ugliness in it. In fact, he always tries to see more beauty, because once he created something, the mind gets acclimatized to it. It stops there. So he goes further and further and further. There is no end to it. There is nothing like perfection. Perfection is only an abstract idea. And it goes on, just like a real artist.
But isn't there ultimately a
Not that he says it is a bad piece of art. But he says, still, if you give me some more time, I will work on it, he will say. And it should be there with our life also. We enjoy it. It's so beautiful, but still something should be added to it.
Does that mean we will never experience a sense of completion? One can never experience a sense of completion?
Yes, he feels a sense of completion. And at the same time, it goes on further. That is a state which very difficult to define in ordinary examples. It is such a peculiar state of mind. It is complete, but it wants to complete itself. And the very effort to complete itself is complete with him. That itself gives a sense of completion, a beauty. There is no end to it. It is not incomplete. It is not ending. It is unending. Because it is so complete, you want to go on. And if you realize that it's completely complete, it becomes stagnant, static. No, it should not be static. It should be so dynamic. So it tries to see the ways of creating more beauty in it, more fulfillment, more happiness in it, and it goes on. It is not negativity. It is not dissatisfaction. There is no an iota of dissatisfaction in it, but only the aspect of getting more and more.
In our very incomplete state, can we still have that sense that you're describing of?
Actually, the funniest part is, even in Vedanta, people say Brahman means complete, absolute. That is usually the meaning that they give. Absolute. What is absolute? Brahman is absolute. What is perfect? Brahman is absolute, perfect. But the word Brahman itself is not perfect. It is unendingly unfolding, growing, developing. Bruh. It comes from the root, which is unfolding itself. To where? There is no end to it. It is unendingly unfolding, infinitely unfolding. That is Brahman. That is the concept. That was later misunderstood, and then because people want something always. Concepts should be there. Perfection, goal, path, you should reach there as if it is a state, it is a station, and you should get down there. But the truth is not that. It is such a state where it is unendingly unfolding into infinity. It is infinitely finite and finitely infinite.
That means we can never, obviously all this literature, everything is trying to confine, express that, but there is no end to what it could mean in our...
They expressed it rightly. We understood it, sometimes we understood it wrongly. They expressed it very wrongly. They didn't say anything wrong. If at all I say I object to anything, I object to our understanding of it, not the scriptures. They express it so beautifully, so perfectly. They are all right. They are all great. They are all so profound.
So our understanding is confining what they have expressed.
Just like this, just now what I told you. When Jesus said that he suffered for his devotees, for his people, for the humanity, for the mankind. Of course, he said for his people. It's not that he voluntarily suffered. He didn't go on the cross and then ask the people, come on, nail me down. No, he didn't do it. It was not something voluntarily that he quoted, this self-torture. Everything was, he tried to avoid it, in fact, that punishment. It was inevitable. He was caught, and then in those times that he was crucified. But later it was so, when he said that I am suffering, I am crucified for my people, people misunderstood it like that, that suffering is the thing, the negative aspect of it, which he didn't choose. And then started to make them suffer. There are people that who want to nail themselves also on the cross, whipping themselves, fasting in the name of God. Tapas. That's what exactly the meaning of that. Here people, what the meaning it goes on. Tapas. Torture ourselves. But that is not what he meant. He was in such a state that he was not aware of even that pain. If you could also get that, it's okay. But even though that he got that, he didn't choose it. It happened.
Why did he say he was suffering if he wasn't aware of the pain?
Physical suffering will be there when it was nailing. He will say, Abba, would definitely say. But when it stops, it was, Father, they know not what they are doing, forgive them. There, he saw even in that act that their ignorance, a childlike act or a childish act. They know not what they are doing.
Guru expression of love
Hmm?
the people who nail themselves.
వాళ్ళకేం ఎక్స్ప్రెషన్ ఆఫ్ లవ్ కాదు.
వాళ్ళకి ఎట్లాగైనా భగవంతుని చేరుకోవాలి ఏదో ఒక విధంగా అని చెప్పేసి వాళ్ళకి దే ఆల్సో హ్యావ్ ద డిజైర్ టు రీచ్ గాడ్. సో దే మే థాట్ దట్ దిస్ ఇస్ ద వే. వాళ్ళ ఆ ఎక్స్ప్రెషన్
వాళ్ళ లవ్తో చేయరు, అది ఎక్కువ మంది చేసేటువంటిది. అదొక పాత్ర కింద చేస్తారు. దే డూ ఇట్ యాజ్ ఏ వాట్ హీ సేయింగ్ ఇస్ దోస్ హూ టార్చర్ దెమ్సెల్వ్స్ దే ఆల్సో డూ ఇట్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ లవ్. But usually they don't do it because of love. They do it, think that there is a means. Suffering is a means of salvation.
క్షుద్ర విద్యలు
శుద్ర విద్యలు వేరేనయ్యా. శుద్ర విద్యలు శుద్రంగా మీన్స్ అంటారు. శుద్ర విద్యలు అంటే ఏంటి?
సినిమాల్లో చేయడం
అవి మనకి మీన్స్ అవి సినిమాలు. క్షుద్రమైనటువంటి రిజల్ట్ కోసం చేసేటువంటి క్షుద్ర విద్యలు. వాళ్ళు అట్ట చేయరు దాన్ని. వాళ్ళు నరుక్కుంటారు కూడా. చేతులు నరుక్కునే వాళ్ళు, నాలుగు కోసేసుకునే వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. భగవంతుడి కోసమనే చెప్తారు. దే సే ఇట్ ఇస్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ గాడ్ దే డూ ఆల్ దిస్ సెల్ఫ్ టార్చర్. దే కట్ దర్ టంగ్స్.
రామకృష్ణ పరమహంస యాక్సెప్ట్ చేసిన క్షుద్ర విద్యలు కూడా భగవంతుని చేరుకోవడానికి ఒక వే. బట్ అది
క్షుద్ర విద్యలు కాదయ్యా, తాంత్రిక విద్యలు. క్షుద్ర విద్యలు కాదు. తాంత్రిక విద్యలు అంటే పవర్ సంపాదించే కోసం చేసేటువంటి తంత్రం. దాన్ని బ్యాడ్ ఇంటెన్షన్తో, బ్యాడ్ రిజల్ట్ కోసం ఎవరైనా హార్మ్ చేయాలి, ఒకరిని వశీకరించుకోవాలి, వాళ్ళని మర్డర్ చేయాలి, చేతబడి లాంటివి ఉన్నాయి సేవ, అటువంటి వాటి కోసం ప్రయోగిస్తున్నట్టయితే దాన్ని శుద్ధ విద్య అంటారు.
ఒకసారి వివేకానందుని ఒక భక్తుడు ఒకరిని గురువుగా తీసుకుని తర్వాత వివేకానంద దగ్గరికి వచ్చిన తర్వాత వివేకానందుడే ఇంకా గురువు, ఆయన సొంత గురువు వద్దని చెప్పిన కానీ వివేకానంద దగ్గరికి వస్తూ ఉంటుంది కదా. అప్పుడు వివేకానందునికి ఆ గురువు క్షుద్ర విద్యను యూజ్ చేసి సఫర్ చేస్తారు కదా. వివేకానందుని ఆ భక్తుని గురువు క్షుద్ర విద్యను యూజ్ చేసి సఫర్ చేస్తారు కదా గురువు. అది యాక్చువల్లీ అది వివేకానందుడు సఫర్ అవ్వడం అనేది నాకు అంటే భగవంతుని నిజంగా నిష్కపటంగా ప్రేమించిన వివేకానందుడు సఫర్ అవ్వడం ఏంటి గురువు?
సఫర్ అవ్వటం అంటే ఏముంటుంది ఆయనకేమి. కానీ వాడు చూపించినప్పుడు బయటికి ఆ మార్గాల్లో కూడా నిజంగా కారణం ఉన్నది అనే విషయం చెప్పడానికి కోసంగా వీడికి, వాడి కోసంగా వీడు ఎంత సఫర్ అవుతున్నాడు అనే విషయం అడ్వటికి ఏం తెలిసింది. అట్లా సఫర్ అవ్వటం అంటే ఏమి ఉండదు. ఎవరో వచ్చారు, వాడికి ప్లేగ్ ఉంది, బాబా తనకు ప్లేగ్ చూపించాడు. సఫర్ అయినట్లా ఆ ప్లేగ్ వాడి ఈయనకి ప్లేగ్ ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ చేసి చేతపడి చేశాడా? కాదు కదా. వీడి కోసరంగా ఎదుటి వాళ్ళు నన్ను ఎంత నిందిస్తున్నా, నాకెంత హింస పెట్టినా సరే ఆయన యాక్సెప్ట్ చేయటం. తర్వాత ఏమైంది? ఒకసారి వదులుకున్నాడు, ఒకసారి అమ్మ దగ్గరికి పోయినాడు, గురువు అనుకున్నాడు, ఒకసారి పోయింది వెళ్ళిపోయింది, అంతే కదా. ఆ మాట మొదలే చేస్తుండొచ్చు ఆయన. మధ్యలో ఎందుకు యాక్సెప్ట్ చేశాడని అంటే వాడికి తెలియడానికి కోసం. తర్వాత కర్మానుసారంగా వాడికి ఆ రకంగా ఈయన హాని చేయాలని ఉండేది, దాన్ని అనుభవించాడు. అందుకని ఆయన తీసేసుకోలేక కాదు, తర్వాత తీసేసుకున్నాడుగా.
అమ్మతోటి శారదమ్మతోటి నాకు ఎందుకు చేశారు, అది క్షుద్రవైద్యుల ద్వారా కూడా నాకు ఇట్లా అయింది అని కోపంగా శారదమ్మతో ఇట్లా ఎందుకు అయింది నాకు అని చెప్పేసి
అట్లా ఏమని ఉంటాడు ఆయన. తర్వాత అట్లా రాసుంటారు. అతను కోపంగా ఉండడు, చెప్పేదాన్ని కోపంగా.
అంటే ప్రేమతోటి
నాకు కూడా ఇలా అవుతుంది చూడమ్మా, నేను కూడా ఇట్లా అనుభవిస్తున్నాను చూడు, నాకేంటిది. నా తల్లిలాగా చూసాడు, తల్లి దగ్గర బిడ్డ ఎట్లా మాట్లాడితే అట్లా మాట్లాడతాడు. తెలుసు
సార్, డబ్బు పాపిస్తే అంటూ ఉంటారు, నన్ను చెప్తూ ఉంటారు. కానీ మన జీవితంలో మనీ ఎవ్రీ ఆస్పెక్ట్లోని
సమాజం ఏంటంటే మనం అంతకంటే పాపిస్తాడు. అది పాపిస్తుందే కాదల్లా, కానీ మనం అంతకంటేనే. చెప్పు.
అంటే మనీ ఎవ్రీ అంటే ఎవ్రీ మన అండర్లయింగ్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ అని ఉంటుందండి. మనం ఏ పని చేసినప్పుడు కూడా
నాకు తెలియదు అది
అంటే అనిపిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. అంటే మనం ఏం చేద్దామన్నా మనీ ఇస్ ప్లేయింగ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ రోల్ అనిపిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. సో దాని పట్ల మన యాటిట్యూడ్ ఏ విధంగా ఉండాలి, ఇట్స్ కీప్ కమింగ్ బ్యాక్ అగైన్.
So to many people it is only because of the pattern, the habit. That is why the money, the calculation becomes such an important role in their lives. But once that we use our reason and try to see that the role of money, then we'll keep it in its place. Not that we give it up, we keep it in its place. Then it also becomes a real means to get something higher. Otherwise the whole life we'll be thinking of money, counting money, saving money, weeping for loss of money. Money.
To go back a couple of steps.
Okay, go back.
For Baba also, things are endlessly unfolding?
Yes, definitely. Endlessly unfolding. He is not a static person. No, I don't see him at all. It is so. Even if you say that he is perfect, nothing above for him to take, I don't like that. He is so perfect that he is infinitely growing and growing and growing. There is no end to it. What we see is that element of growth, that principle of growth, unfoldment. That is more beautiful. I don't like to see him as a plucked flower, as a flower on the tree.
So he embodies that principle? Or is that principle? He embodies that principle?
He embodies that principle.
And nothing is ever complete. Nothing is ever complete.
Nothing is ever complete. But every time it feels as if complete, but it goes on completing itself. The complete trying to complete itself. That is the beauty of the principle.
Isn't all life doing that?
Huh?
All life is doing that.
All?
Isn't all life trying to do that?
Yes.
Complete
Yes.
itself?
Unless we don't understand this principle of rasa, this aesthetics, and that complete trying to complete itself, the principle of beauty, that we can't understand many of even the scriptures also. That is where everything stops there. The Brahman is perfect. The whole world manifested from it. Why it manifested? Maya, illusion, delusion, ignorance. Why? To whom that Maya? He manifested the whole world from himself. Why he has to manifest? Why? Is there no work for him? Why? If the Brahman is really complete, fulfilled, satisfied, why he has to manifest himself in these so many forms? What was the necessity for him? Or if you say it was not the Brahman, it was something else, the Maya, where is the Maya? If the Brahman is everywhere and everything, if it is complete, so he is not complete. So he is only infinite. Unless you understand this principle, that Brahman, he wants to create, see beauty, he wants to enjoy himself more and more. It is a part of his self-enjoyment. Not that he is incomplete, not that he is finite, not that he is not perfect. The perfect, trying to see the perfection, enjoying and experience his perfection. There is a very, very subtle concept. Hmm? We love life, but we love it in a wrong way. We love it with fear. Hmm?
Because we think it will end.
Yes, for so many things. It may end, or it may not go on as we like. What will happen tomorrow? We want to continue our imperfection. We are enjoying our imperfection more and more. The money shows our imperfection, our sense of security, insecurity, lack of it. And thinking about it, we are thinking more and more, perpetuating this and experiencing it. It is also a kind of that perfection. That is why in the Upanishads they gave an example of a dog which bites a bone. It bites, it tries to get flesh and blood from the bone, the meat from the bone, and it bites it, it munches it, and then it cuts it, and then from its own mouth, from its own tongue, the blood oozes, and it thinks that the blood is coming from the bone, and then it munches it more and more.
How is that related to this point?
Related to self, you know. Where from actually the security is coming? Is it from the bank account? Is it from the money? You give the sense of security to it and then get it. It acts like a bone. And you avidly and avidly bite it. What else?
In what you just mentioned, there is no, next finding, always finding expression. We always see that there is no, the perfection itself cannot be defined. It's always, going on and on and on. So there is always hope for improving. Every time, when you read that, you always see there is something more. It's always a sense of hope. There is no fear of, okay, it's going to end. Like, where does concept of, I don't know, again I'm just maybe this I'm asking very casually, but it is doomsday, they call this is going to end, this is how it is, but there is no scope for that in this. Is that because all that has been again I'm saying has been created or because of the fear that we have, that we may lose unless we have that fear, we will not achieve something?
Don't do it with fear. That is what I am saying. Don't do it with fear. Experiencing what are all the things that you get, and then by experiencing it, try to increase, expand your experience. You are happy. You get only this much happiness. Mind that, and then try to expand, make it grow. Not with a complaint, not with fear. Now you have got everything. Instead of focusing on what you haven't got, try to experience it and try to expand it, and it will be given. Whether it is spiritual or mundane, whatever.
When you say try to expand it, you mean just by focusing on it itself, a natural expansion would take place? Or?
Enjoying it, experiencing it, it will come, it will grow. The problem is people don't do it because they feel that if we spend it, we lose. It's gone. Is it not your experience that when you stop thinking, Chris, I'm telling, if you spend it, is it not coming?
Definitely.
It's coming, plus coming.
Spending is what?
Spending is coming. Because Baba likes you to spend. Why he gives money to you? To spend and happily enjoy it. Not to put it in the bank. And then act like unpaid gods to the treasure. Baba will give. He is giving. Has anybody become really bankrupt and I have no money? Anybody in my whole experience, I haven't seen a single person.
Rather the opposite.
It will come. It is the easiest, as I told you, to Baba to give you money. Use the money, but is what Baba said. What money says, spend, spend, spend. Baba used to say, what money says, spend. That is the purpose, that is the purpose of money. I am asking you not to, of course, to spend it not for any noble cause or anything. Spend it for yourself, that is what I am saying. Happily enjoy, that is why Baba has given you. I'm not asking you to give it to a charity or spend it for others. Happily enjoy yourself. Instead of suffering in the hot summer, oh, heat, 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 oh, this hot India, South India, instead of cursing yourself to being here, happily put in AC and happily enjoy. I know many people can afford it.
Is the fear of exhaustion stopping us from enjoying?
Because they think, what will happen tomorrow? If I spend this 15,000 rupees now, what will happen tomorrow? If anything is needed, if I become old, nobody is there to take care of me, what happens in my old age? These are the fears. Planning. You don't trust Baba. You don't enjoy Baba's protection. Ima?
At the same time, we should also think, if you spend today, how are you going to pay the mortgage tomorrow?
Mortgage.
Or pay rent.
You pay. There is a part of the thing. Why? What is that you think about it? Because you think you don't get more money, isn't it? If at all people get money because of thinking and worrying, no. Everybody would have been, all people would have been multimillionaires. these are the things because you enjoy them that you plan it. When you want to put an AC, you have to go to the market, buy it, and then you have to do it, drive from the bank. That things you have to do. This is a part of it. When you are enjoying a car, you have to pay the loan, you pay the installment, that's all. And I'm not asking it to be extravagant also. Don't spend more than what you could afford. That is also not correct. But what you can really, reasonably, truthfully, honestly, that you can spend, you spend. Enjoy. But many people think there the definition comes. What we can afford, that is the definition. Not with such a fear. Don't live with fear, sense of insecurity. I would live in one day, carefree, without any insecurity, happily. One day, the quality of life, that is enough. What is the use of living like a crow for 1,000 years? That is what I said. We are expanding and prolonging in this way, the wrong way. That is what I said. Now I explain to you. And Baba is taking care and he will take care. And I am telling you, this is the easiest. For us, money may be very, very important. But for him, they are stones. He will throw away money like that. For him, it is the most insignificant thing. He is happy to give. Take it. Go ahead. Actually, he used to throw away. When he used to come, take the packet and throw away money. He didn't care money like that. So he gives money, no problem. Don't worry about it. Not that I'm opposed to having properties and these things. But if what I said reasonably, rationally, honestly, I give the example of Sinu. Recently, Narendra told me that Sinu wanted to buy a house in Texas. Beautiful house, and such a house, you won't get it at all. Such an opportunity will not come again. Such a beautiful house, and he wants to buy. And then I asked, where are he staying? Where is he staying now? How is he staying now? I asked. He said that single bedroom flat. How many people? About 12 people, even 8 or 12 people are staying. Single bedroom house, 12 people are staying. Him, his wife's brother, his wife's brothers, and his friends. So many people are staying in that small apartment. And he wants to buy a house. He can afford. I said that, what is the use of my sending him to the States? In India, the lowest affording lodge is folding carts, If you go 1 rupee or 5 rupee, in those days half a rupee. If you want to spend one night, there is a big dormitory. There will be folded carts will be there. In the daytime, they use it for some time. In the evening, by 5 o'clock, they spread all the carts and they pay 1 rupee and then spend there and then go away. At least even that, they have that cart, that folded cart. But there you don't have even that. Is it necessary that you have to stay in the States? I send him, and Baba is giving him money for him to enjoy. I like if he has a 3-bedroom flat, happily enjoying the life there. That is why the purpose of his going there.
He probably has 36 people staying.
And what I said is, first you rent a good house, a 3-bedroom flat. Share it with your friends, but have your own bedroom. Happily enjoy. And if still you have more money, you can easily buy a house and you will buy it next year or the next year. Don't worry about it. You buy a house, no problem. But even now he is staying in single bedroom flat means if he buys a house and then wants to pay the installment, how he will live? I can imagine the quality of his life. And what the whole the difference makes? This house is mine, that's all. It belongs to me on the paper. If you rent the house, it's the same. You are owning the house, you are staying in the house. What is the difference between a rented house and an own house? The element of enjoyment is the same. Only the sense of belongingness, the documents in our safe. And once in a while you go and then open the safe and see the document. And just put it there. What you are enjoying is not the house. And then he took a good flat. Immediately he shifted. It's a different matter. Immediately did it, of course. That idea didn't come to his mind. And people do it on the other hand. Of course, he didn't do it. Many people do it in the name of simple living. Gosh, if they're given an opportunity, I go in a second class in the train because it is simple. I like going in the train journey, seeing the people. I experience India. Okay, it's okay. I will take you. Will you come with me plus? Okay, Guruji, I'm very glad. Or somebody wants to take you and he wants to pay for a flight ticket. Will you go? Yes, I'm ready to go. In the garb, in the guise of simple living and experiencing India and all this trash, people deceive themselves like this. And what finally happens is they live such a life. I like the people around me live comfortably, happily. Baba is giving you, enjoy it. He is asking you, take cartloads. Cartloads, take. And we take a small, a pinch of woody and then, like even there were miserly. Enjoy it. Life is there, money is there. Enjoy, happily enjoy. How many years you are going to live, we do not know. Wait that all the money afterwards will go. Somebody will enjoy that house. And we take a big house, 20 years installments, and by the time we spend the whole thing, 20 years we suffer, and we don't have the energy to enjoy the house. And in the 20 years, how we live? We want to go for an excursion for any weekend, we have to count the money. We want to eat something, we have to count the money. Oh, this budget is over now. You have to live like a budget, as a finance minister. And we enjoy it, budgeting. Enjoy. Be happy. Baba is there to take care of us. But that doesn't mean that you have to be unreasonable and extravagant. What else?
श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ विसरत बाबू जी की जय। साई बाबा साई बाबा साई बाबा Saibaba, 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 Sai Baba, 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 Baba, Sai 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 Baba, Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai, Sadguru Shri Sainath Babuji ki jai, Sri Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai, Sadguru Sri Sainath Babuji ki jai, Sai Baba, 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 Baba, Sai 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 Baba, Baba, Sai 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 Baba, Sri Sachidanand Sadguru SaiNamam Maharaj ki jai, Sadguru Sri Sainath Guruji Babuji ki jai, Sri Sachidanand Sadguru साईनाथ महाराज की जय, सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ शरद बाबू जी की जय। साई बाबा, 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 Saibaba, Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba,
Baba Sai 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 Baba
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Sai Baba 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 Sai Baba
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Sai Baba Sai Baba Sai Baba Sai Baba Sai Baba Sai Baba
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba 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 Saibaba
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Baba Sai 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 Baba
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba 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 Saibaba
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba 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 Saibaba
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba 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 Saibaba
श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाम महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाम शरद बाबू जी की जय।
श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ शरद बाबू जी की जय। साई बाबा 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 साई
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai 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 Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Baba, Sai 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 Baba, Baba, Sai 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 Baba, Baba, Sai 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 Saibaba, 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 Saibaba. 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 Saibaba, Saibaba. Sai Baba, Sai Baba. Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba. Sai Baba, 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 Sai Baba, Sai Baba. Sai Baba, 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 Sai Baba, Saibaba, Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba.
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba.
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba.
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba.
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba, Saibaba.
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 Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba.
Saibaba, Saibaba,
Saibaba, Saibaba.
Saibaba, Saibaba,
Baba, Jai Baba,
Saibaba, Saibaba,
Jai 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 Baba, Jai Baba,
Saibaba, Saibaba,
Baba, Jai Baba, Jai Baba, Jai Baba,
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Jai Baba, Jai Baba, Jai Baba, Jai Baba,
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Baba, Jai Baba, Jai Baba, Jai Baba,
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Baba, Jai Baba, Jai Baba, Jai Baba,
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Jai Baba, 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 Jai Baba,
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Jai Baba, Jai Baba, Jai Baba, Jai Baba,
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Jai Baba, 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 Jai Baba,
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Jai Baba, 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 Baba, Jai Baba, Jai Baba, Jai Baba.
Saibaba, 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 Saibaba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Saibaba,
Sai Baba,
Saibaba,
सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ शरद बाबू जी की जय।
country that lies north of the ocean and south of the snowy mountains is called Bharatvarsha. Traversed by green and fertile hills, blossoming trees bright with orchard gleams, and fields of waving corn, touched by the golden rays in the east, India is bounded on three sides by the palm-clad seashores, chanting to the tune of the ocean waves. On the west coast, the Sea of Oman splashes against the solid rocks of the city of Porbandar in Saurashtra. The town was the ancestral home of the Gandhis, who belonged to the Vaishnav cult. It was here that Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi was born on the morning of October 2nd, 1869. Uttam Chand Gandhi, Mohan's grandfather, was the Diwan of Porbandar. Karamchand Gandhi, Mohan's father, succeeded Uttam Chand as Diwan. Karamchand, like his father, was a man of principle and loved virtue more than wealth. Mohan's mother, Putli Bai, was deeply religious and had a strong personality. She would take the hardest vows without flinching. Her influence, more than any other, molded the character of Mohan. At the age of 6, Mohan was sent to school close to his house. Mohan was only 7 when his father left the service of the Porbandar state and moved with his family to Rajkot. At the early age of 13, Mohan was married to Kasturbai, of the same age at Porbandar. Soon he assumed the authority of a husband. In 1887, Mohandas Gandhi passed the matriculation examination from the Ahmedabad Center and joined the Samaldas College at Bhavnagar. But at the end of the first term, he left the college to proceed to England to study law. At the age of 18, he sailed from Bombay on September 4th, 1888. Mohandas Gandhi joined the Inner Temple to qualify as a barrister on November 6, 1888. Towards the end of 1889, Mohandas read the Bhagavad Gita for the first time in Arnold's translation, the song Celestial, along with the original. At the instance of a friend, Mohandas read the Bible. He liked the New Testament, and the Sermon on the Mount went straight to his heart. M.K. Gandhi passed his examination with credit and was called to the bar on June 10, 1891. The sea was stormy on July 5th when barrister Mohandas Gandhi landed at Bombay. The joy of homecoming was turned into boundless grief for him. She, whom he was so eager to meet, his beloved mother, had passed away. To establish legal practice, gain experience of courts, and study Indian law, Barrister Gandhi applied for admission as an advocate to the Bombay High Court. In April 1893, Gandhi set forth for South Africa to appear in a lawsuit on behalf of an Indian firm on a year's contract. After a month's journey, he landed at Durban. The racial discrimination in the society startled him and cut him to the quick. When the coolie barrister, as he was called, appeared in the Durban court, he was ordered to remove his turban. Gandhi felt insulted, demurred, and left. The press described him as an unwelcome visitor. After a year's stay, while about to leave for India, at a farewell party, he learned that the South African government was to introduce a bill to disfranchise Indians. He said, "The bill is the first nail into our coffin." He took up the cause of his disinherited countrymen. Thus began the long battle against race prejudice. South Africa became the land of his adoption. Along with his colleagues, Gandhi founded the Natal Indian Congress to remove the hardships of the Indians and to promote harmony between them and the Europeans. The Indians commissioned Gandhi to lay their grievances before public men and public bodies in India. On June 5th, 1896, he sailed home carrying great responsibilities at the young age of 26. Gandhi visited the principal centers of political life in India. His impassioned speeches stirred the Indian mind. In response to an urgent cable from Natal, Gandhi left India with Kasturbai on November 28, 1896. On reaching the port of Durban, the ship was put in quarantine because of the white residents' agitation for the repatriation of the Indians. After 23 days of quarantine, when Gandhi landed, some European youngsters pelted him with stones, snatched away his turban, and kicked him. Even then, his heart did not arraign his assailants. On the outbreak of the Boer War between the Dutch settlers and the British in 1899, he organized an Indian ambulance corps and left for the front. They worked under the fire of enemy guns and carried wounded soldiers to hospitals through heat and dust. The humble work of the sons of the empire was applauded, and they were awarded the War Medal. On his return to India in 1901, Gandhi reached Calcutta to pay his first visit to the Indian National Congress, moved a resolution on the conditions of the Indians in South Africa, and pleaded for India's active sympathy. Before settling down, Gandhi made an extensive tour of India. To acquaint himself with the hardships of the passengers, he traveled third class. Just when he seemed to be settling down, he received an unexpected cable from South Africa and returned to Natal at the call of his countrymen. Realizing that he must remain in Transvaal and fight the battle through, he set up his office in Johannesburg. He was enrolled as an attorney of the Supreme Court. Convinced that the life of labor is a life worth living, Gandhi bought a fruit orchard at Phoenix. He formed a nucleus of a settlement which led a Spartan life. The colony was self-supporting, and the material requirements of life were reduced to a minimum. Gandhi was dismayed to find that the Transvaal government had introduced an ordinance compelling all Asians to take out a certificate of registration. Condemning this black act, Gandhi observed that it was not merely abominable, but a crime against humanity. The Indian community was fiercely indignant. On September 11th, 1906, Gandhi took the pledge at a mass meeting with God as witness. "I shall die but not submit to the anti-Asiatic law. Since that day, Gandhi's life story has mainly been the history of Satyagraha. On January 10th, 1908, Gandhi entered the prison gate for the first time for civil disobedience. After about a fortnight, the prison gates were opened for Gandhi and his colleagues, consequent upon the Smuts-Gandhi settlement. General Smuts played foul and did not repeal the Black Act. The Indian community was thrown into a turmoil. The struggle was resumed with a bonfire of certificates. Gandhi's dream of developing a community of Satyagrahis, living a new and simple life in rural surroundings, took final shape on a farm near Johannesburg, named after Tolstoy. On the passing of the Immigration Bill, a fresh grievance arose, and Gandhi said, "Once more into the breach, my friends." In October 1913, hundreds of Indians, men and women with children in their arms, thronged Newcastle to march to Transvaal as a protest against the £3 tax levied on their freedom. The soldiers of Satyagraha offered prayers and began the epic march in the name of God. Gandhi was arrested 3 times in 4 days, but the march continued, proclaiming the grim tenacity and the stern determination of the marchers. On the triumphant end of the Satyagraha struggle, Gandhi observed, "Satyagraha is a priceless weapon, and those who wield it are strangers to disappointment or defeat." Gandhi felt that his mission in South Africa was over. He had spent 21 years there, sharing to the full the joys and sorrows of human experience, and had realized his vocation in life. He sailed for England on July 18, 1914, along with Kasturbai, on his way back to India. Seeking his own hermitage in an atmosphere of renunciation and service, Gandhi founded the Satyagraha Ashram at Kochrab near Ahmedabad on May 25th. With 25 inmates bound by vows of truth and celibacy, non-violence and non-possession, Swadeshi, Khadi, and the removal of untouchability. In 1917, Gandhi found a congenial task in the service of the oppressed peasants on the indigo plantation of Champaran in North Bihar. His arrival for investigation into their grievances roused new hopes in the peasants, and they thronged to him to tell their woes. The compulsory growing of indigo was abolished on the recommendation of the Inquiry Committee. The century-old stain of indigo was washed away, and the country had its first object lesson in individual civil disobedience. In the middle of 1917, on the outbreak of the plague in Kochrab village, Gandhi shifted his ashram to the bank of the river Sabarmati. Amidst the neem and tamarind trees was situated Gandhi's bare hut, Hirday Kunj, along with the simple dwellings of the inmates. Life at the ashram gave full play to the emotion and intellect of the residents. Gandhi arrived in Bombay for medical treatment as hard work coupled with uncooked food had ruined his health. His refusal to take medicine and the vow not to take milk came in the way of his recovery. He yielded to Kasturbai's suggestion that he should take goat's milk. During the convalescent period at Mani Bhavan, he learnt and practiced spinning, and the wheel hummed merrily in his room, spinning peace, goodwill, and love in every revolution. On his sick bed, Gandhi was roused by the publication of the notorious Rowlatt Bills in February 1919, which sought to crush the civic rights of Indians and to gag the voice of revolt. A wave of anger greeted the bills all over India. In spite of the united opposition of all elected Indian members, on March 18, the black bills were pushed through and became law. On Sunday, April 13th, Brigadier General Dyer marched with his armed force through the tortuous, torrid streets and mazy lanes of Amritsar. He ordered the troops to fire upon the seething mass of humanity gathered for a peaceful meeting. The firing continued till the ammunition was exhausted, killing 375 and injuring over 1,000 helpless men and women. Gandhi identified himself with the Muslims when they launched the Khilafat agitation against the unjust peace terms imposed on Turkey by Britain. The Khilafat movement adopted Gandhi's doctrine of non-violent non-cooperation as an infallible remedy. On July 31st, he inaugurated the campaign for the boycott of foreign cloth by kindling an immense bonfire in Bombay, not out of racial hatred, but as a sign of India's determination to break with the past. Here in Madurai, he decided to discard his cap and vest, realizing that the millions were too poor to replace the discarded foreign clothes. On the morning of September 21st, his head was shaved and he wrapped a piece of khadar around his loins. Thus he resolutely took to the loincloth. The Congress again proclaimed its faith in civil disobedience as a weapon equally effective and more human than armed rebellion, and delegated its powers to Gandhi as its sole executive authority. Gandhi informed the Viceroy that Bardoli Taluka in Gujarat was to be the first unit of non-violent mass revolt, but on February 5th, 1922, on the outbreak of violence at Chauri Chaura in the district of Gorakhpur, taking the sins of the people upon himself, Gandhi made a confession. God spoke clearly through Chauri Chaura. Mob violence, even in answer to grave provocation, is a bad augury. He suspended the intended mass civil disobedience in Bardoli and imposed on himself a 5-day fast as a penance. On March 10th, when Gandhi was about to retire, the police party arrived in the ashram to arrest him. At noon, March 18th, the great trial began at Circuit House, Ahmedabad. Gandhi was indicted on 3 seditious articles published in Young India. Accused Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, aged 53, describing himself as a farmer and weaver by profession, spoke in his own defense and pleaded guilty to the charge. The most epic event of modern times ended quickly. Gandhi was sentenced to 6 years' simple imprisonment. On February 4th, the government remitted the unexpired portion of Gandhi's sentence and released him unconditionally. The 39th session of the Indian National Congress was held at Belgaum on December 26, 1924, with Gandhi as the president. He induced the Congress to accept the spinning franchise, making labor in the form of a contribution of self-spun yarn as an alternative to 4-anna membership. Gandhi regarded untouchability as a fiendish sin. Anything that is prejudicial to the welfare of the nation is untouchable, but no human being can be so. Political tension was mounting. A rude awakening came on April 8th when Bhagat Singh and Batukeshwar Dutt dropped 2 bombs in the Central Assembly as a protest on behalf of those who had no other means left to give expression to their heart-rending agony. The 45th session of the Indian National Congress met on the banks of the Ravi on the outskirts of Lahore. At the stroke of midnight on December 31st, 1929, Gandhi's historic resolution on independence
and the action to be taken was passed. He published an 11-point manifesto stressing that total prohibition, reduction of the land revenue, and the military expenditure, and the abolition of the salt tax were the vital needs of the people. In a letter to the Viceroy, he announced his intention: if my letter makes no appeal to your heart, on the 11th day of this month, I shall proceed to disregard the provisions of the salt law. On March 12th, with the coming of daylight, India's soul was awake. The great march for liberty began. Gandhi started on his 241-mile-long trek from the ashram to Dandi, a village on the sea coast, along with his chosen band of 78 ashram inmates. Daily, Gandhi tramped about 10 miles. After a 241-mile-long trek lasting for 24 days, the pilgrims reached the promised land on the morning of April 5th. On April 6th, after the dip into the sea, walking at a slow pace in solemnity, Gandhi picked up a lump of natural salt on the seashore, and the nefarious monopoly was broken. This was the signal for which the nation had been long waiting. There were numerous prosecutions, more numerous arrests, far more numerous detentions, forcible seizures of salt, and brutal and savage assaults on the people. India was in full revolt. Scores of members resigned from the legislature. The Congress committees were declared illegal. The police began mass arrests. India became a vast prison house, and yet the government failed to bend the people. On February 17th, the half-naked fakir, as Winston Churchill called Gandhi, went to the Viceroy's house to parley with the representative of the King Emperor. After 8 meetings, spread over 3 weeks, the Gandhi-Irwin Pact was signed on March 5th, 1931. The settlement was provisional and conditional. The vital question of the objective of independence remained. It is not wise to say which is the victorious party, remarked Gandhi. The prison gates opened. Thousands of civil disobedience prisoners were discharged and welcomed by the people. Despite Gandhi's desperate pleading, Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev were executed on the eve of the Karachi Congress. The Karachi Congress, convened under the shadow of Bhagat Singh's execution, truly represented the temper of the country at the moment. As Gandhi arrived, the demonstrators greeted him with black flags and shouts of "Down with Gandhiism" and "Long live Bhagat Singh." Gandhi received them sweetly and smilingly accepted the black flowers, and their indignation completely subsided. The Congress ratified the Gandhi-Irwin Agreement and appointed Gandhi as the sole Congress representative at the Round Table Conference. Gandhi reached Bombay on August 29th to catch the boat in time. SS Rajputana was ready to sail. Accompanying Gandhi were 2 fellow delegates, Sarojini Naidu and Madan Mohan Malaviya. At noon on August 29th, the Rajputana steamed out. Jawaharlal Nehru watched the ship that carried the sole representative of 1/5 of the human race to the Arabian Sea and the far west. Quaint traveler carried the scantiest of luggage and scrupulously observed his daily routine on board the ship. On the misty, cold morning of September 11th, SS Rajputana anchored at Marseille. When the spiritual ambassador of India alighted on the soil of war-weary Europe, he was hailed with shouts of "Vive la Gandhi!" At Folkestone on September 12th, Britons gathered to greet the guest of the nation. Gandhi landed on British soil with thoughts of the hard task ahead. I am here to vindicate the honor of India and to uphold truth as I see it, for I believe it is the keystone of life. At the Federal Structure Committee of the Round Table Conference held at St. James's Palace, the voice of resurgent India spoke through Gandhi. The goal of absolute independence remains intact. Gandhi stressed the need of adult suffrage and racial equality and advocated an honorable partnership between India and Britain. The nation that does not control its defense forces and external policy, asserted Gandhi, is hardly a responsible nation. He struck a note of warning. A nation of 350 million people needs simply a will of its own to say no, and that nation is today learning to say no. In this center of the British textile industry, the Mayor of Darwin welcomed the most uncompromising advocate of the boycott of foreign cloth. He pointedly asked the operatives, "Do you want Lancashire's prosperity to be built upon the ruin of the Indian artisan?" Their spontaneous reaction was, "We know each other now." The Round Table Conference was completely abortive. Every divisive tendency in India was encouraged. The conference concluded on December 1st.
Whatever the result of the mission that brought me to London, I know that I shall carry with me the pleasantest memories of my stay in the midst of the poor people of East London.
On December 5th, 1931, Gandhi left Britain without any disappointment. Gandhi boarded the Channel boat to the French coast on the way home, leaving behind seeds of goodwill and mutual understanding. At a meeting in Geneva, he pointed out,
"My speeches at the Round Table Conference have all officially reported. Meanwhile, I must ask you to believe me when I say that I have never made a statement of this description, that the masses of India, if it became necessary, would resort to violence. All that as you like. It is complete independence that we want."
On December 14th, Gandhi boarded SS Pilsner at Brindisi en route to India. On December 28th, 2 days after the arrest of Jawaharlal Nehru, Gandhi reached the shores of India. Bombay staged a magnificent welcome to Gandhi. Thousands turned out en masse to greet him. Gandhi encamped on the terrace of Mani Bhavan and acquainted himself with the situation. Gandhi gave detailed account of his work in Britain to the members of the Congress Working Committee. He discussed the grim situation in the country with his colleagues and sought an interview with Lord Willingdon to find a way out. On receiving a stiff reply from the Viceroy, Gandhi had no choice left but to resort to civil disobedience. He prepared to go to jail. The government instantly struck back, and when the whole nation was asleep, Gandhi was put under arrest at 3 a.m. on Monday, January 4th, his weekly day of silence in the tent on the terrace of Mani Bhavan. On August 17, 1932, the British Premier's Communal Award confirmed Gandhi's fear of a perpetual bar sinister which separated the untouchables from the Hindu fold. He informed Ramsay MacDonald that he would fast unto death from the noon of September 20th if the decision was not abandoned. In a yard of the gaunt grey prison at Yeravada, Gandhi commenced his vow of extreme self-sacrifice. On the 5th day of the fast, the caste Hindus and the depressed class leaders, in consultation with Gandhi, signed the pact accepting joint electorates. The Yeravada Pact nullified the British Premier's decision. Gandhi broke his fast of 6 days and 5 hours. Naming the untouchables as Harijans, God's own people, Gandhi began conducting the weekly Harijan from the prison, which brought about a renaissance of faith and hope for millions. On July 31st, Gandhi disbanded the 18-year-old Sabarmati Ashram as a gesture of sympathy with those who had lost property in the freedom struggle. He made it over to the Harijan cause and shifted his headquarters to Wardha, the geographical center of India. Gandhi tramped to Segaon, later called Sevagram. Sevagram Ashram was but an experiment in truth and non-violence. Gandhi lived here with Kasturbai as a villager of his dream. In September 1938 came the moral catastrophe of Munich. Compelled to heed the rumbling of the coming storm, Gandhi observed, "The peace Europe gained at Munich is a triumph of violence. It is also its defeat. The science of non-violence can alone lead to pure democracy." Anticipating the devastating consequences of war, Gandhi wrote to Herr Hitler, the one person who could prevent a war that would reduce humanity to a savage state. "Must you pay this price for an object, however worthy it may appear to you? Will you listen to the appeal of one who has deliberately shunned the method of war?" he asked. For a while, to pass beyond the darkness that enveloped the destiny of the world, Gandhi and Kasturbai visited Shanti Niketan at poet Tagore's invitation in February 1940. The poet welcomed Gandhi as one of their own and as one belonging to all humanity. The nearness of war became a challenge to Gandhi and a test of faith. He resumed the weeklies to disseminate his view that all war is immoral. Just then, Sir Stafford Cripps came to India with the proposals of the British War Cabinet on self-government for discussion with representative Indians. On March 27, Gandhi arrived in New Delhi as Cripps was anxious to meet him. Strongly disapproving the indefinite and innumerable partitions involved in the proposals, Gandhi asked, "Why did you come if this is what you have to offer?" The Quit India campaign began to take shape in Gandhi's mind. Accepting Gandhi's view that India's bondage enfeebled her for her own defense, the Congress Working Committee proclaimed to the country that British rule in India must end. Only the glow of freedom would enable the people's united will to resist aggression. The leaders assembled in Bombay on the eve of the All India Congress Committee meeting, which had been summoned to endorse the Quit India resolution. On August 7, 1942, they assembled at the Gawalia Tank Maidan and awaited the final call for India's deliverance. Outlining his plan of action, Gandhi spoke for 2 hours. He declared that he would try for an honorable settlement before commencing the actual struggle. Concluding, Gandhi said, "Here is a dictum for the non-violent soldier of freedom. Do or die." A few hours later, in the early morning of August 9th, Gandhi was removed from the scene of action and immured along with his party behind the barbed wire isolation of the Aga Khan Palace detention camp at Pune. In detention, Kasturbai's health deteriorated fast. She died as a prisoner on February 22nd, 1944. On May 6, 1944, India heaved a sigh of relief on Gandhi's sudden and unconditional release on medical grounds. He went to Jinnah's house on September 9, 1944, as a seeker of light for establishing living peace. The 18-day talks never converged, but ran a parallel course and broke down. The cleavage was on the cardinal issue of the two-nation theory. Gandhi had no sense of disappointment or despondency, though the talks did not prove fruitful. In August 1945, the horror of the atom bomb was loosed on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The Second World War was over. Drawing a moral from the supreme tragedy of the atom bomb, Gandhi reiterated his faith in nonviolence. The atom bomb has deadened the finest feeling that has sustained mankind for ages. It will not be destroyed by counter bombs, even as violence cannot be by counter violence. The British Labour government's delegation arrived in India in March 1946 to discuss terms for the transfer of power. Gandhi came to Delhi to meet the British delegation at the request of Lord Pethick Lawrence and lived at the sweeper's slum. Simla was fixed as the venue for further talks. Abul Kalam Azad, Jawaharlal Nehru, Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel arrived in the first week of May to represent the Congress viewpoint in the conference. Gandhi accepted the delicate role of advisor to the cabinet mission and came to Simla having full faith in the mission's intention. But the conference could not achieve an agreement between the Indian National Congress and the Muslim League and broke up on May 12th. A call by the Muslim League to observe August 16, 1946 as Direct Action Day to protest against the proposed formation of the interim government let loose an orgy of violence at Calcutta. Madness seized a section of humanity which killed, maimed and burnt. The fury spread, burning its way into Naukhali and Tripura, rural areas of East Bengal. The cry of outraged womanhood called him to Bengal, and he came to wipe their tears and put heart into them. The pilgrim of peace arrived in Naukhali to venture in faith. His technique of non-violence was on trial. Emphasizing the need for complete religious toleration, he maintained, in every province, everyone is an Indian, be he a Hindu, a Muslim, or of any other faith. He expected the majority to constitute itself into the guardian of the minority. In Gandhi's presence, fear fled, and the hold of fanatical terror loosened. While Gandhi's mind was full of the dark implications of the madness, he received an invitation from Lord Mountbatten, the new Viceroy of India, to meet him. In the Viceregal Gardens, he met Lord and Lady Mountbatten. The Viceroy declared that his mission was to transfer power to Indian hands. Gandhi made it clear that he was opposed to any division of India. On June 3rd, Mountbatten secured the consent of the Congress and the League leaders to the British government plan of setting up 2 independent dominions on August 15th, 1947. The Congress Working Committee disliked the partition of India, but it could not let India bleed continuously, and accepted the plan. Gandhi was steadfastly opposed to the division of India, and yet he urged the members to support the decision with full faith in their leaders. While the work of partition was proceeding at breakneck speed, Gandhi was in Calcutta dispelling hate with love. The midnight of August 14th, 1947 symbolized the rebirth of a nation after the slumber of centuries and a long struggle for self-determination. Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister, said with moving eloquence,
"Long years ago, we made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom."
On August 15th, the appointed day, people gathered to welcome the dawn of a new age and witness the peaceful transfer of power. Time of rejoicing was brief. The rumblings of communal frenzy could be heard in the distance. A vast region was churning with hate. Minorities were tyrannized and persecuted. Millions of men, women, and children, uprooted from their settled homes and cut off from their old moorings, migrated on a dimension unprecedented in recorded history and trekked their way to safety. Communal harmony and the secular state were in great jeopardy. In Delhi, Gandhi saw ruptured human relationships. Out of the depths of anguish came the decision to fast unto death, to purge the city of Delhi of the communal virus and lay his head on God's lap. He gave vent to his feeling. Death for me would be a glorious deliverance, rather than that I should be a helpless witness to the destruction of India. As the leaden hours crept by, and drop by drop, strength ebbed out of the frail body on the fasting bed, a deep heart-searching set in amongst all concerned. The fast terminated with the reunion of hearts of all communities, brought about by an awakened sense of duty on January 18th. On Friday, January 30th, Gandhi asked for pending letters. I must reply to them today, for tomorrow I may never be. It was getting near prayer time. I hate being late, Gandhi averred, and rose to go to the prayer ground. Nathuram Godse lodged hot lead in the soft flesh of the man who had known no enemy. The United Nations organization lowered its flag. Peoples of all races felt as one human family in mourning. This man of divine mission laid down his life for the reconciliation of all men in brotherhood and love, became enshrined in millions and millions of hearts, and shone like a beacon for the whole world. The best prayer that can be offered is to obey the mandates of the Master and to follow the path for which he lived and died. On January 31st, as the setting sun looked on with a red glance, Gandhi's body was laid on a sandalwood pyre at Rajghat.
Sai Baba,
श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ निश्चय बाबूजी की जय। श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ निश्चय बाबूजी की जय। बाबूजी की जय। श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ निश्चय बाबूजी की जय। श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ निश्चय
अपने बस का Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai 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 Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba,
Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Baba, Sai 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 Baba, Baba, Sai 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 Baba. Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba. Sai Baba, 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 Sai Baba, Sai Baba, Sai Baba.